So when C is doing this, if you stand there, if you want to turn it back, it might just loses connection, but it comes back. Unless what we do, you stand, you push it here. The teacher uses it there. She's the first teacher. She'll play all the stuff for you.
So she'll be seated here.
Then she'll be seated, yeah. But then when you do your presentation, you can stand.
Okay.
Like here.
What happened to my bag? Oh, there it is. Oh my god.
So as you go, so like we'll play this now, and then this will be the starting slide.
Okay.
Then when he talks about Facebook, you go to this. Then when he says let's play Gamma Drama, you push there. There.
Play. So I'm pressing. Let's just go. Where does it?
Yeah, this side. Hey, listen to people are sitting down. See a start. It'll be like digital tips. That one. Cool. He talks about Facebook, whatever.
Then
Go to
when he talks
Facebook.
about Facebook, okay.
Then the next one.
Drama.
I think the other tips.
Pressing go.
I'm thinking. Because what I can do, I can sit here.
And then the teachers will speak from here.
Well, I can sit here and check. I don't know your slides.
Meaning that, but that's my problem. Because I'm just able to see what slide is next. It gives me the cue.
Because I could have said, and then just.
Yeah.
It would be nice if it's got clear. But I was good after this, you're talking.
Okay, let me mind then.
You want to control your moves?
Yeah. That's well, yeah, stand.
I think it's good if you do your own stuff because you know it.
Yeah.
Okay. Wasn't Breeze just going to.
Do you still have the phone?
But let's just
Isn't that?
slides.
All those little things.
Let's get there. Just a reminder that we're not playing here,
Yeah.
which is where I think she did. Just picked.
To us.
Yeah. I think.
If we leave it so we just have the mic here.
Yeah, stand it, yeah. This will play this. Okay.
Okay, so
Can you see that, eh?
Okay, so then I'm finished.
Finished? Let's see.
Here when that one when that is finished.
You're going to play this. And
Yeah.
straight
that's
after that,
it.
that's
That's
it.
it.
And you're going to recap. Tip number 1, tip number 2, number 3, tip number 5. Yeah.
Yes.
Then we're going to write what the answer to the gum drama is. Okay? Yeah. You're going to know how do we give you a.
No, then we're going to show you.
What we're going to do is we have to select a winner for us.
Okay.
And you're going to have to hand a piece of paper to Leah during Lynn's. During Helen's presentation, you're sitting that side there. Okay. And you're going to give a piece of paper to the winner is. Didn't think, did we?
Maybe rehearse it.
And that's it.
So I push play
And then it's basically.
and that doesn't
Yeah, then he's like, he says what it is,
we
it's
end on
we'll end on this, and then we will say, congratulations everyone. If time permits, you can have time, I promise you. And you okay.
So we are standing behind.
Stand,
Okay.
we will take this away.
Okay.
Leave that. And also, just like let you know, it's come through like it does in the show.
How do we advance the slides? Now, are there 2 slides up or is that
Slides.
in it?
Yeah.
So this is the one that's on.
Okay. How do we advance the slides?
I know.
Advance the next slide.
The arrows.
Just like that.
Just watch your hand back.
That's
So you click the arrows.
You can't stay. That goes backwards, it's forwards. Oh.
Yeah, can't be used.
Oh yeah, you can. There we go.
Okay, that is.
Yeah. Is that fine?
Yes,
Nice.
that's right, yes. Forward, and what is there is on there.
Yep.
Make that the key play.
Let's make it play. It's the camera here now. Show you.
So once we get there, we go in the slide.
And there.
Push the.
Yeah, it's
And that one plays one.
Yeah.
As well as.
Should we just put it there? So
In practice, as you should slide one start. So is that started or is it just automatic?
I think you got to start it yourself. Yeah. Let's check.
I don't know how to delete
So
this.
partly you'll push play.
Actually,
Earlier this year.
It's quite loud, eh?
This?
yeah.
Yeah.
And just. Okay. And I like that you're going to be in front. Okay. You must get two handheld microphones. One is when you introduce yourself there.
Because the below, just start when we
That's
do.
all.
Thing I phone. I
But
know
we'll ask
this.
the. We probably need two handheld microphones. Are those? Yes. And is this one going to work then when they're doing it? Just do a check.
So I can. It's like far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're pretty. Oh, that's good.
Another story.
We. This one.
Testing. Testing. 1, 2, testing.
Okay, so just test. I think it's fine. Test, that's fine.
Hey Eric, how are you? I'm good. Did anybody tell you that you'd be getting from SABC? Oh, they did. Oh, okay.
Testing. No. Oh, yes. You can't hear me?
So, yeah, where
Cyclone.
it's not
Relative.
What's going on? No, I don't just look at that. But you ever got a loud voice? I just trying to wait.
No. Yeah.
And then it comes to why don't you use Dropbox? So like, I say, what's that? I'm like, now that I know your maybe there's a solution.
I feel like to be 8 here.
5 tips. It's this 5 tips Facebook page. The one tips to teaching.
Doesn't wait.
You're gonna send.
Are you gonna be there?
No, I think it's just fun for me.
There were some other people, so don't hang around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If someone does the comma, I'm gonna win the prize. So bye.
You split it.
So you want the
I want
best
a
result?
she wants a I want a backpack.
So Sebukulum, I'll just take cues from you basically.
How are you making
So with the cursor is yeah. So it's the same as
Come and see for when I think.
okay.
Need this what's coming is that is so cool. Oh, you get intro. I'm on that slide and I go to that then intro. And then that slide I'm doing intro. Here. And then each one of you tip. Then I finish with one clear and I'll over to you.
So I do the HSA and I speak about it and I do.
So I'll just be used to clock way and then 5 drummer, I press that one, and then that's it. I suppose we should go back to
Lezanatism Mzansi. Kelezanatism Mzansi in the morning that offers entry education delivered between 5 a.m. Stay on S1.
E is equal to E because so much in common. I'm in love with you because you've got so much in common.
I got to be an accountant. Geographical mind she creates and I got my
Get conversation with Mzansi and school goers from schools on what the other country are saying about the society faces. Kapev working on Mzansi's.
The main thing people believe in what I was up to.
How can the GN clan embrace the unique difference?
You start, reading, you start, for like-minded people, and then the journey will start, coming together.
Just sometimes, and allow yourself to be created in the space you're about.
Mixes different formats to deliver engaging editorial TV screens for morning.
What do you think? Charles is a treat. Charles!
True.
3, 1,
Jeremy.
Jeremy.
Yeah, it's
Mama H, you know the What do you share the pig? You know the H.
No, something we just really should say
Hey, wait, Ben. This one's the new kids in class.
And that is teach questions from learners and respond on the cohort, engaging and punchy lessons.
I'm telling you, the only you can ever find.
This is certainty. Lo Cooper Lulakile.
You actually understand going on there. Did you think about to read? We can imagine Mbui's face. It's your kidney face, Mbui. There you go. There's the kidney face.
The tour occurrences of Mzansi, games the presenter tests learners on the content taught by using the custom.
The option is not allowed to show the attention.
Translation.
Well, that's also the correct.
This means the youth of relationship issues for use. There's
Girl, is there something wrong with me? It's okay, there's absolutely nothing wrong with you. Different strokes for different folks. Don't be stay in school, no matter how difficult it is. Make sure and end well, because if you do, gates will open and there will be many, many more opportunities for you to fall into. Exercising your things, you need to be tolerant of.
Gelezanati also extends the life of the show screen by offering a homework question and a research WhatsApp and the different session on Facebook evening an hour.
Here it is. Good question.
Gelezanati is proudly produced for SABC edition by Yes Media. Gelezanati is a Mzansi study buddy in the morning that offers entertaining day 5 a.m. and SABC.
E because there's so many. I'm in love with you because you got with me.
Gelezanati is at the pulse of nation with me, engaging high scores for different schools the youth of the country are saying about society faces, current affairs, and trending Mzansi street.
The main thing was people being what about.
How can the clan embrace being unique and being...
You start, surrounding yourself with like-minded people, and the journey will start,
Like sometimes live in that moment and allow yourself to be great.
You were born stand up.
The program mixes different gaming formats to deliver engaging entertainment screens this morning.
It's a treat. Trolls.
True.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Jeremy.
Jeremy.
Yeah, it's German.
Hey, Mama, hey, no more cheating. What do you have? She has a pig. You could be right. You could be right.
No, we are a team.
Just take some questions from learners around the country and respond on the platform show in short, engaging and punch.
Only Matsangoma you can ever on earth.
I'm important. It's local. It's local. Kuba Lule.
Did you actually understand what was going on? Did you think about it? Are you actually...
Boy's face is your kidney. There we go. Your face.
The Gelezanati National Diverse Provinces of Mzansi as our games mark presenter tests by you and much loved James.
So the film is known as seat.
Natural selection.
Well, that's also the correct answer.
Sis meetings that you life advice on all issues relationship and top issues for you slot.
I just like makeup. I'm a girl, it is something. Don't get there's nothing wrong with you. Different folks. Don't please stay in school, no matter how difficult it is. Well, because if you do well, the gate will open and there will be many, many more opportunities for you to fall into. In exercise, heritage, and teaching people about other things, you need to be tolerant of other people.
Gelezanati extends that the screen by offering action at the end of his show and the deaf teachers of a top session Facebook.
Yes, very good.
Gelezanati is produced for SABC Education Yes Media.
think about it, are you an active reader?
We can imagine boy's face is your make a kidney boy.
The international tour province from Zanzibar Game Master College of subject on taught on the show Utamash and Muslim games.
Is discount allowed as a receipt?
Translation.
Well, that's open set.
Brings them from Zanzibar life advice each latest health Asian each on the good.
Dear sis, don't like makeup. Is there something wrong? Okay, there's absolutely nothing wrong with you. Different strokes for different folks. And don't be, please stay in school. No matter how difficult it is, make sure and effort and well. Because if you do well, the gates will open and there will be many, many more opportunities to fall into. Exercising your hair and teach people about other things, tolerant of other people.
Gelezanati opens the last door off screen, offering a homework for learners to attempt to offer subject teachers or lessons on Facebook everywhere. Gelezanati is proud for SABC Educate Yebo Yes Media.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Gelezanati Top 5 Tips in a Digital Classroom. While today, myself and Gelezanati are very excited about our insights on how we can transform using technology. Now, Gelezanati, South Africa's morning study buddy, show presents core curriculum in a very fun, energy-packed 45 minutes every morning. Now, Gelezanati tackles youth hardware issues such as teen pregnancies, to light-hearted issues as money and all digital apps. The show podcast every Monday to Friday, 6 a.m. Now, we have our very lovely teachers here with us. We've got Ms. Susie.
Good morning, everyone. I think that education is a tool to make learning more engaging. I think that education is a tool to help you very engaging for learners and learn how the concepts that you're studying can be.
Definitely. Secondly, we've got physical science teacher by Guru.
Good morning, everyone. First and foremost, I think education is now putting teachers' lives way more here.
And we all learn.
I'm just blown away by the fact that lots of digital stuff kids are having learned.
Definitely. Thank you so much. Ready to have a good time? She plays a vital in our show. I very much have to share that with you today. So this presentation, and so that we all leave with gathered here for you today, we would like you to go onto our our Facebook page, and our Facebook page is Gelezanati Digital Tips. And a very, very awesome game. We call it Ika Drama. You have 30 seconds, and at the end of the presentation, someone here is walk away with an awesome. All you need to do is visit this Facebook page right behind. It's called Gelezanati 5 pair, and you guys will have 30 seconds to do exactly that. Is everyone ready? Here we go. You guys have 30 seconds to scrabble the letters of D, A, T, L, A, B, A, P. Any two have sent through your answer on Facebook and on Twitter. 17 seconds left. Towering time is going. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Thank you so much, everyone, for playing. At the end of the show, announcing the social media dollars. It's how we like it. It's exactly in our rooms. Learners sharing content online and taking advantage of the wonderful content shape. Just wonder what the dislike button will do for our teachers. Now, here to share how social media has changed the classroom, our English teacher.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to introduce my name is Nancy, and I'm the English Zanati. To share with you the first that we've got today, which is on social media for learning. You might be asking yourself, how do you do this? Well, as teachers, adapt as well as keep with the times. Exactly how this can help you do just that. Be adaptable and keep up with it. Improve the learning that happens in your classroom as well as outside of the classroom. What is it that we can use to do this again? We Facebook, or these are two social media applications that is used, or not just that use them, but use them ourselves. What you can do with these two is that you can be able to use form to basically learners outside of the classroom. It's a platform that they're very familiar with. They use it all the time, so it won't be too hard for them to engage with you on the topics that you cover inside the classroom. Now, another reason to use these two apps is because learners would get to all the questions could post online, and they can answer these when they get home. You have to clear the missions that they have, questions they might have. Now, they might not all have the questions within the class. When they go home and think not to do their homework and struggle, they can post questions and answer for them and get their homework done. So the homework solved. So here's an example of how we do it on Ganati. The teacher posts a Facebook for the learners to engage with. So here's an example. We've posted a question after the show, and learn I and there are you as guide to that response, tell them whether or wrong, and it's really up to you to help them and say, wrong, this is where you went, that's incorrect or correct. Now, about this is that there's progress. It's so easy to go the really unteaching and you feel confident, but the platforms help you to see whether or not they missed some important, really nip the problem that help sort it out without waiting for assessment at the formative assessment rather. So how can you go about or you can start a group on Facebook or on WhatsApp and really they'll just learners collaboratively, because it's not just once, but they can actually help each other when you haven't conversations with each other on the platform to help with the concept cover. And really that group work and encourages camaraderie between us. So basically, teacher, poll question, you haven't learned a price your friends can also start getting involved there. No, maybe and have this great discussion collaboratively together. Now here's another example where you post things online about what's happening about tomorrow and get them ready and prepared, whatever it is you're going to cover in the classroom. So you might be thinking, hey, what about control? The kids are out of control on these. Well, you get that when you want to act online, so it's a convenience that you can go onto Facebook and you can so mute the group on WhatsApp if you feel like there are too many messages. If you think about late night texts, well, of course, you can simply tell guys after 7 p.m. we're no longer dealing with. So you can set boundaries for them. As soon as they get, it'll really be a good for learners. It's not just in WhatsApp that you can use their applications. So Classroom Dojo and Google Class, it's not just the learner and the teacher, but the parents, what's going on in the classroom, and you can make important announcements on there. Thank you very much.
Much Sandega Tusi. Now, Facebook page, remember the Facebook page is that someone here will us at the end of this session. Content shared onto storage. Internet has a variety of resources that will help learners move towards paperless class. Here is G and teacher Bilengosi.
How, Mr. Kumar? What's going on? Why don't you use Dropbox? Now that I know your problem, let me tell you a solution. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to tell you guys more about Dropbox. So actually, why would I actually just use Dropbox? I'm a maths and physical science teacher, and we know there's a lot of the teachers go around with. So one of the first things is actually to save paper. Most of the time in classrooms, we always have these worksheets and classroom exercises, but if you actually have everything uploaded on it, so much paper and you save so much time. Another thing is also create it on sheets and then actually lost the sound in your computer. If you actually have it on, always there, so there's no excuse. It's also virus safe, so it somehow gets corrupted. You can always upload again and you always have it. It's also better organized and it's better prepared. I know when I was in high school, our teacher always had to find than the year before and this year, but if you have everything on Dropbox, you don't have to file, but you can box, you can always have it. So no more carrying around of heads and laptop, poly bags like teachers always do. You can just have everything there. So one access. First and foremost, have it on your laptop, add on your tablet, so you have a connection. You can always sync it. This comes very early with Dropbox because the more space you get. Dropbox can also give you up to 5 gigabytes rather, the more you share with people. Sharing of information. These are some of the part of groups you're part of. The difference is you don't have to email or thing. Basically, you just upload it to do that. Everyone is able to see what you have. So this is the one that I mathematics. And what happens is I'm part of a tutoring company. And then we sponsor to make worksheet tests. So I can actually always go to see if that person has added. And to actually also can I or with what. And the physical, this is the learner's one. For physical. Another thing that does, as a teacher, you don't only upload worksheets, but you can actually use apps like, this one is for Ohm's Law. So you're doing an experiment in class with the learner's absent, you can always upload box, they can watch it over and over and over until they actually understand it. And another thing that we like doing is always as teachers from different sectors, if you do an experiment class, you upload it and you pay it for your, so it saves much more actually doing experiment. So what happens is they always simply, so if you upload it in your classroom on your laptop, when you get home, you can actually upload it on your app. Doesn't mean you have to carry your laptop or your iPad everywhere you go. And let's say you're walking around and you meet one of your learners who did not get the homework, you just upload it on your phone and then there's the homework. And one device needed, so you don't have to keep uploading it or reprogramming it in your laptop, your iPad, your tablet. Just do it once in a day. Internet connection is all you need. So if you have internet connection, one or free data. And it's automatic notification, so you never have to send a mess or an email. Yes, I've uploaded it. Always give you a notification automatically if somebody has taken something away. And if you delete something accidentally, you to the bin. So just can go on holiday and you can still make sure that you're learning your homework.
So Toby, today we don't have a song. Because normally start the show, Toby normally starts. But anyways, all for today. Thank you so much for the great presentation on Couch. It's current. The digital classroom in our time is on the side. Now, talking about classroom turning more effective, Helen, sciences teacher. Thank you so much.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Helen, also known as Mama H. I do the life sciences, and today talk to you about these buzzwords in education which actually works. We don't often find a buzzword that in fact works, the flipped classroom. So what I'm going to be looking at here very, very briefly is the idea of taking traditional content first and do a homework afterwards. And I'm going to flip that ahead and talk about the traditional situation of you teach, you the worksheets, you show the PowerPoints, you give them the content. Then, quite bizarrely, the learner goes home and has to actually master this content and has to, in fact, make this content in terms of constructing themselves. Think about what is it be that I can use brief content that I have in that very precious content time is surely better served by learners to go online in their homework time to Dropbox or whatever storage mechanism you want to use, get all worksheets, go to my PowerPoint, and then when I can be with them for the construction knowledge part of the, which means that I can set up, here's my little drop, set up a task, and today I've got a few days in which to go through all the things in that task. Then in the class, I can be hands-on with my kids, look at what they're doing, work through the measures with them, and finally at the end of it all, they can also on Dropbox, they upload their products, what they've done with their construction of knowledge. And it works because I'm not really inputting taxonomy, but what I'm doing is I'm inputting the amount of time spent on simple of knowledge and recall and understanding. I am a huge amount of time creating, realizing their skills. And so that's my classroom.
Great stuff. Thank you so much, March. Now, the phase of teaching and learning is challenging, and while digital learning and teaching is not how it always is. Now, Helen will now talk about some of the pitfalls that students present and how to.
Great. So sounds so amazing. You've got this flipped classroom, and you kind of myself getting off on skateboard into the sun. All is so wonderful, but in reality, you very often fall on your face. And the very first pitfall that I discovered was I uploaded all these tasks and said to my kids, go away, interact with the notes, watch the power, come back to class. And in their minds, they say, oh, cool, we've got all the work now. She's given us notes. We'll catch up again and we'll do our maths homework instead. And what happens, they came to class without having done the preparation. So they landed up class. I had amazing activities for them, but totally lost. And there was such a large amount of time wasted as well. So I also find that I was one of 7 teachers giving these work. And they had compartmentalized, got the notes, I'll do it in time. A lot of colleague buy-in. You need to be explaining to what you're going to be trying out and doing, and so that your colleague can help you balance the amount of homework they're giving the learner. We also need learner buy-in. We need to understand that if you haven't given that information, processed it in their own, the content time that you've got in the classroom is going to be meaningless. And to understand that this classroom is going to happen overnight. You've got to take it baby steps. You've got to introduce it to your learners and explain to them what goals are and why you are flipping the classroom. Scaffold the process for them. And I'm not going to lie, it's overwhelming for a teacher in the beginning. You are structuring this with notes, and then you are saying, what is the best way that I can do to interact with them? It's tiring. You do it all the time in the classroom. You can't just throw content at them and then get on with your homework exercise and then sit down behind the desk and take it off. It's interactive. It's very teaching. So please remember that it's going to happen the first time. The road isn't this wonderful paved highway, far more like a very muddled. But I think what we're interested in with the flip is the fact that we are allowing learners not to acquire knowledge, but to master knowledge.
Thanks so much, Mama H. Now, learners can content virtually anywhere on a mobile device with an internet connection, and now going to tell us how she did it.
Right, so you've seen, if you're a parent or an educator, you've seen the problem. The cell phone is surgically to hand. It goes to sleep with the child so that it can be fully charged, 100% battery tomorrow. They're taking selfies of each other. They repetitiously, under the desk, one-armed, message while looking at you with an expression of absolute innocence on their face. So we've got a problem. They are these we can ban, we can confiscate them, they will find their way back. So my approach is, so then jump in with them. Don't allow the phone to become the dragon and the problem. Use it. And so introduce a great social sciences research project. And if you're familiar with social sciences curriculum, that grade 8s, they do project, grade 9s, they're history-based research. And so that's what I did. I said, now God, find something that hates you. Maybe it's the code of conduct, maybe it's the maybe it's the trends. Find something that hates you, talk to learners and their responses. And they came with things of their issues on phones and laid them in class and what was engaging, what was compelling, and then
Policemen tried to control and put an end to the looting, but the communities came in full force. Much was already damaged anyway. To avoid getting injured or, like feared by many foreigners, killed, they decided to flee the scene as soon as possible. We all saw this go down, but do we know what the national foreigners are facing now? To find out what challenges they may be facing, I went to speak to Salauddin, the owner of one of the stores that were looted in January. Salah explained financial problems he had to face.
And that the Wednesday at night, they came here again, they break the door and they take the freezer. It was a Coca-Cola freezer, it was a ice cream freezer from the Ola and the Pepsi freezer. Even I have some few freezers myself, I bought it from the market and they took that freezer.
This is that they have xenophobia.
No, it's thing, you see, we are here, that's for the surviving, not for anything not like a corruption. We are just doing our business correctly. No one complaining about that. But I don't know why the people are angry they are doing this. Even still the people are robbing too much. I think the last month of our Bengali people, they killed by that robbery, more than 10 this running month.
Till today, some national foreigners are still struggling to get their businesses back to normal. Others say that this wouldn't happen if they didn't come here in the first place. And others say that show is still into here in South Africa. And today, it is about the national foreigners. Here in Rockville, experienced no blue whatsoever. To affected them, knowing that not only do they fight them, but they need them too. I'm Bantlempore. I hope you learned something from my citizen. Thank you.
Right, and if that's what a grade 9 learner can do with a smartphone and Dropbox, pull it together, and actually not very afraid of digital learning in our class at all.
Wow, technology definitely has the way that we learn. Now, I hope of you are inspired of the great export opportunities that exist for digital mobile learning. Let's have a quick recap of what can top up using technology. Number one, we the first typically embraces social. Now use Facebook and home, send messages and connect it with your learners. Number two, so learners can no longer complain that the dog ate their so they can simply assignments and other reasons in the cloud. And number three, your classroom. Take advantage of the free digital resource out there and use to stimulate real learning in the classroom. Number four, avoid classroom. Take it that digital session is slow and good one, built in one day. Encourage mobile learning to happen anywhere, anytime. It's never easier. You can tap without mobile classroom interaction time. Thank you so much. Please do like our page. Simply Keleza. Although, let us see what my is. Did you get it correctly? Let's see what the correct answer is. Oh, who got it correct? Okay. We have a winner. And the winner is Baradine. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Congratulations, all surprise over there. Thank you so much. Now, if you still want other and really the tips of the 5 of using technology, go into our page, which is simply Keleza, and you get all the tips on there. Now, though, we hope that you had fun with us, joining us today. Goodbye and God bless.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please wait 2 seconds now because there's an app change from SABC Education.
Good morning. I'm a company called Tulan. My name is Zane. We are here today just to announce officially that SABC Children and Education has launched on our app. So the app is called Tulan. It's orange. It's TUNTULU. Tulu means streaming, continuous stream in Zulu. So what the app does, it allows you to watch TV on phone. We currently have 24 TV channels.
So when I say 24/7, you can go download the app free from either App Store or Store, and you then, once you've logged in, it's short registration is just who you are, and basically once you've got an option of watching 18 TV channels, and I think weeks ago we started with SA Children and SABC Education. So for 24 hours of the day, there's continued content on there. So what it like is this as you going on to normal and use SC, but in this case you will only be watching children's content and then any content which is aimed at youth, and then children from primary school or preschool up to school. There's also I think a lot of revision channels as well, but the nice thing is that it's not just revision based. There's actually a lot here. It's just fun and it speaks to the child while playing and watching. They learn as well. Like I said, the app is free for download. There's no charges. If you are connected Wi-Fi, like if your children are Wi-Fi spot, you are in a classroom with Wi-Fi spot, another program SAC called the battery. You can put on a nice laptop or a laptop, a tab, show it to the kids in the classroom. It's a nice feature. Other channels on platform, got a focused content. For Africa, it's made by Africans, so it's content that was great because I think there is an African first country, so we're not going to show anything else, but there are international channels on here. So we've got Hollywood channel, we have some music video channels, channel called Good For You, which is a documentary channel, and it shows a lot of documentaries 24/7. We've got a fashion and lifestyle channel. There's quite we also have a few radio channels, stations. Under radio, the radio genre, you'll find quite a few radio channels. Since our start in last year, we have had app downloaded 220 times, 220,000 times. So we have a subscription to 220,000 people. Like I said, it is free. Please download it, have a look, check it out, and watch it. AULNLU. At the SC Education over there, any questions? If you're a teacher with content, we're looking people who have content, you can start your own channel as well. So if anyone is interested in something like that, we're over there, please come and see us.
Morning, everyone. My name is Brad Clark. I'm from Cape Town, so I'll open up with a normal Cape Town hello and say, how's it? Communication problems for you, and I did a lot of research on how I can implement or show that communication is a challenge. So I've surveyed a company called Forrester. They were one of the top leading research companies in America, and they were doing some research for NASA, because NASA actually has, which is an incredible story, NASA is always employing young, new, innovative, qualified people for their business, but they've got an older generation who still sit in their business, and bridging that communication and getting them to work together as a team was a serious challenge. So they surveyed 500 executives, and 80% of the people that they surveyed in their business realized that their communication problem lies between the generation gaps and how to incorporate that into a business. Now, in the educational environment, every school and every varsity is run like a business. So if you take a business approach to education and to communication, you're starting to look at a different way of thinking. So the insight out of here is that the youngest generation, 31% of them, say that they believe their technology at home is better than the technology they have at work or at school. So that gives you a very informative insight into the fact that the younger generation who we're targeting to give better education to believe home learning is a better solution possibly. We've also revised the millennium word, and they're now calling them the C generation, as they're always on and they're always connected. So now you've got a generation that can see things, communicate faster, and react faster than any generation before. Differences in generation gap wider, and the technology faster. So if he's getting fast and older generations are weak out, how do we ensure the communication? And we're the future for the Gen X, like myself, in a business. Am I going to be able to attain? And what changes? Sorry, I'm just going to, anyone can have this and I'll give them the deck, and they can actually take time to read it, bore you with just a lot of content. I'd rather just get the conversation up. So NASA steps, which are available 7 steps and being used in most around the world at the moment, a space company has come up with a solution to deal with generation gaps. Is quite for me. So I'm going to start off 7, and we'll do a count, because I think it's appropriate for NASA. Understanding the audience. If you have a product and you want to communicate to somebody, there's an audience that's relevant. What is that audience? The audience is have a lot in common, but as they have common of life experiences that are passed from generation, but that's, as I said, we not. And individualism, risk-taking, consumption, previous generation is also winding down. Environment that is of a new society fueled by unpaid life challenges. That's all. It's all evolving. And what's in their lives will determine how they and what works. Conversation. So in today's society, we have 2 types of worlds. Virtual, where everyone sits on their phone. I don't know if you guys have seen any phone between a couple sitting on a couch and everyone's sitting on their phone. It's a serious reality. That's a serious digital world that people are living in at the moment. The problem with that is everyone's sitting in front of each other and communicating. And that is a serious problem. How do you break divide between social life, a social belief, and a... And this is one of the things you need to start doing. You need to actually to what your people are saying in the virtual world and what people are actually saying in the physical world. Change the norms. If you get with what you're doing now, you're heading in the wrong path. If you're not changing anything, what the world is doing, you're going to be left behind. And you're only going to be able to a certain generation, because that's how they communicate. So how do you create a process where you can bridge every communication generation? No comment goes online. Okay, so this is all about the web, and it's conversations that enable viral spreading. How you create a viral process, and hierarchy of culture, a big thing at the moment in our world. Don't want you to promote or say anything online. They're trying to control you. With the younger generation, it's all about free expression. It's about and they've grown digitally. So many friends in the digital age. I lost my train of thought. What approach many friends work in the digital age is real engagement for you that you didn't ask them to do, and learn to act. You can't reach if you do not. So if you speak about openly, you'll communicate. But the moment you put boundaries in communication, you actually can prevent communication. There are risks. How you manage your risks will change. Embrace technology. It was really insightful a couple of days ago that only 9% of baby boomers in South Africa actually can communicate like a millennial on a product. We find that only use their cell phone for convenience, i.e. banking or media. Where you find millennials, Google, they'll use it for, they will interact, they'll actually have a social community. So there's a huge is what technology community has been used for. Another big thing is everyone's trying to create a website and everyone's trying to have a product, but they'll be able to create a product that never will be able to use. So your actual property in communication in the digital world is going to be open. It's going to be free, because you're always going to have somebody who's better than you. So engagement is better than trying to box your product. Once you box what you have, it's the moment you use the openness and the transparency of your product. Being and unique. More companies are employing people who engage in communication that is and the Pacific. You don't have a personality in you, and you don't have a thought or strategy, you're going to be left behind. Engagement, support in communication. People want to participate, they want to fly to space, they have the moon. They want to be part of the design of the process. If people what content want to be engaged in, communication strategy, there's no relevance. There's no point in even communicating at all. Think 10 years ahead. We're going with, but please, if you want deck, coming. The got out of this. What is the next form of communication? What happens when we don't know? How are we going to communicate? Remember, we used to have a letter. It used to be pinned on a board. Then we had a land. We had a fact sheet. We've got sulfur. Wow, amazing. I remember our first laptop. It was a brick. Walks around, used to open up my on my face and it's going to load. Then we got tablets. Now we got mobiles. Where's email going? Get an email. Things are fast. So lift off. I just wanted to bring to your attention. I think I repeated one or two of them again. But now I'm going to talk about my product. An opportunity I've got here. Oh, before I do that, very, very interesting. The slide you're looking at is generation. 90% communication is now done digitally on a cell phone and on a laptop. And look at your different generation, you'll see that millennials and your generation X are going to take over the digital landscape. I'm communicating to them. I wouldn't be baby boomers. For me, they are process and restriction. The middle guys are the guys who need to be communicated to.
and I'm from a company called Tulun Tulu. Tulun Tulu is a mobile which allows you to watch television on your phone, smartphone access. So basically, how it does, you go to either the Apple App or Google Play, and you download Tulun Tulu for free. Yes. Okay, so on Tulun Tulu, we have 8 TV channels and about 9 radio stations. We are very proud to announce that SABC Tulu have joined us to start a new TV channel called the Asian Channel. We'll be able to get pop TV shows like Spani, Scheme, Galati, and this you can access all day, every day. The nice thing Tulu is we're not Wi-Fi, it is absolute view, so there's no cost of whatsoever. If you're connected to Wi-Fi, problem at all, because our technology allows you to stream it very low, that means basically you'll be using so much at all. I would encourage one to go on to give it a try, and remember to select SABC Education and watch. Thank you.
You've got jet engines, and you're tasked with actually building a ship and launching it into space and building all kinds of and it teaches everything that takes the work. The work. All right, then we have Scratch. Anybody heard about Scratch? It's actually used to teach code. Okay, you see it's a modular, you drop it to happen. So I have actually seen teachers in conditions curriculum. My moment studying ancient Greek. So his teacher basically had him read Greek. Then they're tasked with writing a long-form writing script about a story. They then tasked with and drawing and creating backgrounds and so forth. And then into this program, they use the backgrounds they've drawn, they've written out, and they then create the game using Scratch. Okay. Needs no introduction. Resource management, designing, phenomenal game in the classroom. Big Planet. This is a console game. Now, schools have started using console games in the classroom. Little Big Planet create game player, save it as a and then have other people play that. And that's all critical thinking, planning, using it as long-form writing. Fourth, wonderful game. Same with this. You know, this is a new one on the market. I think it's a terrible game to play. You unlock mechanics, which you can then go in box mode and build your own game with the things you have unlocked. And that is phenomenal. The logic you use, you can tell. Amazing game. And then there's a little, anybody have heard of this game before? Who's heard of this game? Okay, 100 million players. Okay, it is possibly the biggest in the world. It's by pretty much ever encountered some or form. There's two versions of it. You've got the Minecraft, the actual original game. There's something called Minecraft EDU, which is a modded version specifically for schools. Minecraft recently bought out Mojang by Microsoft specifically for the education sector. Now this is my speciality in Minecraft. So I'm going to use cases in Minecraft. There is actually students were tasked with finding a capturing system to charge back what they came up in game. So use cases. One request is a phenomenal project. It is all the boundaries. It is a vision which is filmed inside the game. All sets, all costumes, effects, all mechanics is built in the game itself. The actors come on, they say, we have other players that is the camera, and then it is uploaded to YouTube. Recently bought, or the first series by Google to have exclusive rights. Oh, sorry. And we have season 2 as well. Now, it has a bonus. What you have to see is the actual animated 5-minute key takeaway, and it's called I Will. And here is actually in the game itself. Now, the game feature, the first season covered everything, from the solar system to the lines of trees. Oh, everything. Teachers actually contacted us and said, on a Thursday, we have West Thursday. So they watch one of the episodes, and then the rest, they would do art class, they would do maths, they'll all that we touched on the they will then do it. And this is available for kids for free. Itself, or the actual game itself, can go and explore this world. Right. It's just the words. The next one that really has me excited is something called, and this is we were commissioned by the Royal Foundation and the Society of London to recreate Kilimanjaro and 10 square area around it. Okay, so there you can see something. So we recreate elephants, and giraffes, of ages, and now the rhinos trapped somewhere. Save the rhino. They're going to look at the poacher camps to determine what have they poached. Did they poach a pangolin? Did they get responsible for the reason of the rhinos? And they learn all of these things. Right, then we have Cave World. Anybody heard of the Cave Gallery game? This is an amazing project. They were one of the first people that actually embraced a platform to explore art. Basically, you have Andre Durand's, which he was a okay. On the right-hand side, you have the Minecraft version of it. So what we did was the kids see the painting, and they into the painting in the game. Okay, and then created 18th century London. I mean, you can see London Bridge right in the back over there. So we recreate London in the proudest colours. Could then interact the actual artist itself, and the artist will tell the kids all about his 18th century London, all about trading and happens to smugglers and and so forth. From here, we've got the soul of a solar city. We just made a roller coaster out of it. So it's just 1920 New York, and then it went through a little bit of roller coaster. Guardian newspaper in the UK also. I know this is UK, folks. It's internationally available. Using current available green techniques to the city that kids can explore, show how kids can change the land, not technology of tomorrow, but how it can be done. Okay. Oh, that's it. I don't know if I've reached the time. Okay. And by the way, this presentation is up for if you want it on a slide chain. Any questions or anything, any burning desire to know? Okay. I think I'm on time.
And now we come to last talk before time and the naming break. And we now have something that says it's the chief genius in mathematics sciences. So, it's how do you say your name? So welcome to this, and we look forward to how you can be called math genius.
Hello? According to you, I just have to work this out. My name is Cornelius Robo, and I'm a math genius. You put it correctly. So the statement that I'm going through is proven by the track record. I was graduated prior to the University of in South Africa. I worked in a game company in Las Vegas as a kid. I worked as an actuarial analyst, and now I hold the Genius Leadership Institute. So basically, we corporates and organizations that are willing to be part of the solution to problem mathematics. Today, I'll be talking about use of social media. I've renamed the talk to Platforming for Educational Success. This is as a result that I spent at MIT and at the MIT labs. That is where all the crazy stuff is happening. I did rounds in New York, in Silicon Valley, checking out all those innovators, all those Mark Zuckerbergs, all those guys doing Snapchat, Instagram. How they, what is it that they employ that will change people's lives and have so much? But before I go, I just want to take the opportunity to thank SABC, which one of my main partners, we work with them closely, a number of books for them. There's a book that I wrote called Mathematical Genius in You, which I had a copy at the SAB just outside. And also, there's another one that shows all the programs that BC Education is offering, multiple radio and stations. We want for you to actually go and find out how SABC Education improves your quest to have quality education. And I would like to say congratulations to SABC Education for launching their app today. On the app, you'll be able to find about 100 videos of mathematics being produced for them, and we hope that a lot of feedback so that we can improve them. Now, on to the day. Platforming. I'll start by look at some articles that are written. You can find them mostly on Businessity, commenting about issues in the South African education space. For example, education reform social media age. So this actually speaks directly to my topic. And then platform things, not a pipe dream. What can SA learn from Google? So I was fortunate, quite CEOs from Fortune companies in the United States have had an opportunity to listen to their philosophies and find out what is it that makes them tick. So these are some of the things that I'm sharing today. Right, so there's the guy. He's Homo Naledi, and he's a cool guy, and he's a genius because he discovered fire. And forward to a few million years later, and then there's me. And I think I'm the mathematician south of the Sahara. And what am I doing? I'm keeping the fire burning. You find that Homo naledi are just exactly the same as my athlete. So there's a quote from Dre. Those of you who know him, we started from the bottom, now we're here. We started from hormonally, and now we're here, right? So, educators, psychologists, we're aware of something called Maslow's hierarchy, where we're saying that these are the fundamental needs that need to be filled in order to lives, right? To be comfortable, we have to be happy, we have to be part of community. The best we can be. But that's just another model, speaking the same, but in more fashion. We're saying some assistance, health well-being, significantly. These, and when Mark Zuckerberg sat down and developed Facebook, what he simply did was he solved some big for one, he's going to connect. Two, to show their achievements, their glory. That's why you find that Instagram is such a hit these days, because what you do is you don't have to write anything, you just post a picture, and your success is rated by the number of likes or follows that you get. So it's important that when we are saying we want to use this form in our school, it solves the problem that is fundamental. Because it takes place, we have to be in the fundamental of the learners. That is non-negotiable. But two, whatever app, whatever technology that incorporates the learning system, it has to speak to the learning of the kids. And also, one thing that is nothing new about technology has always been there. When the Egyptians came up to carry water of the river, that was what we have now is called the digital technology. Otherwise, when Ford was coming up the assembly line, it was technology. We have to understand that corporate type of technology which is digital. But how do we do that effectively? So that optimal results lead our kids to succeed and become better people. So that is the initial aid. Now, if you look at the design of the schooling system, it was a result of the needs of the era, where the bourgeoisie at the time actually didn't go into the land of home education, homeschooling. But then they needed the corners to be able to have the instructions in the industrial firms. So they put them in one room, set them like they're facing the front, and there was one instructor. And that is the model that proliferated through the ages. And we still adopt it, but our needs are different. Have we from industrial age? Yes, we have moved, but we're still there as well. It's the work around. It's important for you to know our needs are still the same, because what somebody wants out of life is the thing that I want out of life, but our contexts are different. So, fast forward. There's Google in the Google office. Remember, it was the industrial age guy that reminded us dependent on medicine. This guy is complaining that he's working too much at Google. How it is? He's the guy who's actually determining your life. He's that guy who's actually developing what he's watching TV or playing games, but he's actually developing it. And Google, really, the context is different. In the sitting arrangement, it's not the same way, where most of the time is their age. So, classroom planning. Your classroom ideal for studying. Is it hierarchical? Because you find those little who want to sit in front and the bad boys in the back already there. But how about if it's a situation where it's round tables or pause, there is no rotation of hierarchy of any sort. It's important that now the set of our class, if the colors, if the mood of engagement, we have to take cognizance of the fact that this different era, in the industrial, and not question things like why are things, right? So, this is the 15 top brands. As you can see, you find that Apple and Google at the top. Companies like Coca-Cola beaten by them. The reason why these guys are for it, Airbnb, any property, but it's the largest hotel group in the world right now. Uber don't own any taxi service. Why? Because they have thought in terms of platforms. Platforms are not new. They are based on other. That we as educators, we as parents, we as policymakers can actually feed on the momentum for greater impact and change the lives of our kids. Right? So, what I'm thinking. This is just an about that will come. As speaker
said, nowadays there's gamification, sourcing, there's user-generated words that go. So it's important for us to understand what platform thinking is. Platform thinking is the art of conceptualizing and implementing inclusive places where different actors can interact, communicate, co-create, and share. Right? Sharing is one of the drivers of their growth. So it's important for us to say, creating social media in our schools. Are we including parents in that level? Who is creating the is the teacher the scope of content, or is the teacher a facilitator and regulator? What role of the teacher in the social media in an educational institution? In the day, teachers were found, you were the one who was supposed to be oozing all the knowledge out and dissipating it to the kids. But nowadays, information is available at our fingertips, and it is there across all devices. So is it necessary that the kind of knowledge, or the teacher has made into a different role? Trivializing, but the modus operandi change somehow. Have to change. Because if we don't change, we become dinosaurs. When we become dinosaurs, we're going to become right. So, from the industrial age to the digital, we also have to change the learning models. How do people in our environment? Ask yourself those questions. Is e-learning effective? Should we go learning throughout, or should we have blended? We mix it online for results. These questions that you get your context and come up with a solution, right? And then learners ready, teachers ready. Are there new models that are needed? These are questions that you should ask yourself. So, back to the industrial age, everything was pipeline. I was with one of the big 4 banks recently, and they were talking pipeline. That made me, what do you call this? Yeah? Yeah, exactly that. Pipeline 20, right? So nowadays, even companies like Coca-Cola, companies like Sang, are all doing the platform this model. I actually had time with the CTO of Sang and one of the vice president of Coca-Cola recently, and it was at a session called the Strategy Summit where these companies are okay, we are this old, but actually want to transform our business to be relevant to the present day, right? For example, Nike is being just a shoe company, moved into a data-intensive company. They are more of a life company now. All those, they are just getting data because the one who's got the most data is the one going to make best decisions. So, is school going to know your performance? Are you going to wait for the end? Are you going to end results? I don't think progress really be measured in an hour. Progress, because if you look at it, you see that in Finland, kids don't write an exam at about 16, and they do a lot of project-based experience learning. So it's important for all of us to leave a sustainable value proposition to the kids. Let us give the value. Treat education like a business, where you're saying the student, learner is the customer, I am the provider, but what value am I giving? What is it that I can do to make the child be engaged and come out a better person for the 21st century? Right. So you find that in a pipeline created upstream, which is from the teacher, learn the specifications called the curriculum. But if the government is not moving in terms of curriculum, it means that we have to work within the curriculum, but as much as we can to make sure that by the child leaves grade 12 onwards, they actually proper value. And then values are for, there's co-creation of value. Facebook is just a pile of code. Instagram is just a pile of code. You and I are the value creators. We are the ones who are posting pictures. We are the ones that are commenting. We are consumer producer. So how can we address those and then plug them and embed them in the education system, right? So products emerge through interaction. The last speaker mentioned that if you ask your child to say, explain to me the game, the rule for this, you'll be amazed at how much the child knows. Take the saying, the teacher has a monopoly of knowledge, but that's ego, that should just dissolve the kids and teach you and teach them, should be bi-directional. So, democratic content is driven by social media, disrupted a lot of business models we have seen. and education is one. Just recently, a month ago, a group of schools in California, capital of about 33 million, they're called ALT schools, A-L-T schools. You can check them out. So these are maker schools, editing schools, and learning is personalized. Every child could be sitting here, they don't need to be in separate. Why? Because that is industrial age. Okay, so I have 1 minute. Okay, right. So, of social media, interoperability, scalability, measurability, greater autonomy and independence, because with social media, express and can give them to be themselves in social media. The school learning management system, you find that little Johnny, who is not confident enough, might actually be able to express themselves. But you know, technology, any technology, they are bad. So obviously, you have to find ways such as and the learners can adopt it and use for the benefit of everyone. Also, the special, how much do you control? That is very important. How often you want it to be? How close you want it to be? That's very necessary for its adoption, right? And also exposure to too many rushes. But you find if you go out there, the learning management systems have got measures to counter all these negative. Right, my minute is almost up. I'll keep that. So, math is to the mind what love is to the heart. Thank you very much.
Everyone participating. We're now going to lunch and return for a keynote and then a discussion for lunch.
Everything is going to be happening this side. During that time, can you please look at it? Yeah, okay. I'm not sure what the guy is doing. Oh, muito bem, the extension.
Pretty damning statistic. Those are destinations many young people are going to end towards our school system. It doesn't equal opportunity, a fair shot. But we really must do better. Only 10% leavers a job going wrong. We have to do I have a pretty cool job. I'm lucky that I came out of the classroom. I get to travel to some really interesting places around the world to work on some fantastic and fascinating diverse education projects. One day I might be teaching science lessons in instilling good use of technology, and the next day at the other end of the world doing a government education. I see both education, the high level strategy and how I successful in the classroom. So I answer to this opportunity. How do you manage to put it in practice? You know, I take long haul flights, and I'm a huge fan of movies, so I tend to look for other distractions whilst I'm there. I try and learn less, strangely. If you can do that, okay, try to learn their parts. Very short attention. Like many of our young children, after getting my short bites on social media, from Instagram, from constant 27 television news, I found it very hard to process large, extended pieces of information, or even to watch films. I think neural plasticity plays a big change in the way that our brains function. So what I've had to do is train my brain somewhat. You probably heard a little about that this morning in one of the earlier presentations, but what this has led me to do is to try and train my brain, focused on reading. And some of these books that I meant to read, some of the people that I had to quote, never actually to doing so. And you know, a long time ago, because what I'm finding now is a lot of the theories that we read about in education books, but the real proof of the pudding comes in, can you take those and apply them to the local context? Make all this research and all this theory work for you in your particular country. Many of you might have heard of him. Was one of the architect transformation in Finland, and he came up with this idea. Also, we look at the research and we see it without local context, and he calls it renting ideas. And I often think, from our context, maybe we need to the world, but not try and apply it per se, but to our and the answer to the issue of equity. Because if we actually copy ideas that haven't worked around the world, particularly in Europe and America, what we have with is a situation like this: the global education reform movement. It's characterized by standardized assessment, by top-down hierarchical control, by content and curriculum. And it's no secret that all the countries that have been infected by the global education reform movement are systems. And do we try to model ourselves here perhaps too much on some failed education systems? You know, if we lock teachers down in a prison of curricula, if we control them with accountability, heavy-handed, and if we judge them by the results as effective at best and dangerous at worst, we're not setting them free to do what they do best, learning in our classrooms. So where do we go wrong? Where do we lose the progression of people like John Dewey and Maria Montessori? We need to move away from the rented ideas of standardized assessment. We need to stop renting down accountability from Europe and UK and Australia. We need to talk not so much about learning engaged, but about teachers being disengaged because of everything the system makes them do and the amount of use. If we want to improve things in the classroom, we have to change behaviour in the classroom. It's a long-term thing. It doesn't just happen by being policy levers. Fixed policy actions are popular for politicians in vote, but lasting or sustainable in the classroom. The key to change behaviour in the classroom is long-term intervention. Now, look at PISA rankings, we could OECD and world reports, world education. Perhaps we look at that ourselves too much by what other people are doing. Many countries make the mistake of trying one particular works for the people at the top of the PISA rankings, and I think that's a one-sided approach. It leads generally to more red ideas rather than local textualized solutions. The whole picture seems there's a lot of criticism of PISA and other measures like TIMSS and Pearl. David Stakeholder of Cambridge University recently measured measures the ability to do the test. It's spot on. It does measure the best of the past, and it does tend to over-influence the policy of nations who aspire to be at the top of international ranking. And what they should probably be examining their own practice, seeing what works for themselves in contexts. It might be a good servant, but it's a master. These are a very useful trend, especially if you look at the role of technology and digital education in classrooms. There was a recent literature review done by the Scottish Government as part of their current digital learning concentration. It found a lot of evidence to support the idea that there is a link between the use of digital technology in the classroom and radio. Now listen to me there, because it's probably what everybody tells you. Is good evidence from research that using technology well in the classroom will into achievement.
We see that actually work practice. Now, Portugal is a very small country, very challenging to be at the southwestern tip of Europe, but they had a big deployment over a few years, and they placed themselves in rankings from 90th to 4th in 4 years. Now, that's a pretty trend. One of the other spin-offs from that, of course, was that Portugal produced, per head of population, more PhD than other country in the world. 150 per head of population, I think. Now, here in South Africa, we produce 7 per population. Now, we're not trying to educate everybody to be academic, but, you know, in order to get a PhD, you've got to get to university, and in order to get to you've got to have a matric, and if you're one of 50% of our learners that go to grade 12 and pass matric, then you're not going to have a chance raising yourself. And the other important thing that comes from this whole raising the bar in education is this: 60% of annual GDP increase of a country is usually generated by those people with a tertiary level education. So the economic benefit of spending money on education is pretty clear. I'm going to get a tertiary level education and contribute to the increase in GDP, you've got a trick. We have addressing the issue of the elephant in the room, the equality of opportunity. Every year, 50% of potential economic and human capital going to waste in this country. Criminal waste by us. It's clear, spending on education is effective for the economy, produces economic growth. It's probably going to be difficult to argue GDP is a pretty good KPI for education. That's how it works. The better education, it drives everything up in the whole and eventually results in better economic outcomes for the country. Education technology can help to drive better education outcomes, providing money wisely in technology. All around the world, Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, Singapore, Hong Kong, Rwanda, Kenya, governments are discovering that there is an economic imperative for spending on education technology. They made decisions, they to get better, and they have. So this from elsewhere in the world, that EdTech impact on achievement, and ultimately education can generate economic return and investment. So why we fixed on big data, exams, on delivery outcomes, and on administration? It's all about short-term policies rather than behaviour change in the classroom. It's short-term political expediency. We have to change this. Behaviour change will address the elephant in our president exhorted us last week at Operation Pakisa, which was go big, and those were his words. It's not just about putting a device in the hands of every learner or teacher, it's also about the crucial of leading the transformation, leading the classroom knowledge revolution. It's crucial to technology. If we don't lead this as principal education, then it's going to fall flat on its face, and it won't result in learning and teaching, which is the ultimate goal. You know, it's just that our teachers are feeling overwhelmed with information overload. They've been told they've got to integrate technology into learning and teaching, but they're not given the support and the effective development in it. What uses technology in the classroom? They don't know how to use it. They're not supported through the journey of intake. How are they going to make it change classroom behaviour? How will it change classrooms up and down the country? This is why excellent leadership is absolutely crucial. So leadership of technology deployment is the second big elephant in our classrooms that we need to deal with. That's a tested model for how we do it. Michael Fullan talks about leaders making a shift from instructional leaders to learning, inspirational leaders. Fullan was that. Yes, you as a principal are in the middle, leading the example, behaviour, modelling technology, and supporting in their professional pathway. You will never, ever get the wonderful technology you can see in this one around the country and world. It starts by the reason for change, for selling the message. Many teachers, yes, it will support what you do, enhance your classroom, it will make things better, it can increase achievement. And these are the contextual tools of the generation. Young people expect you to be using technology to help them with their learning. And follows about modelling behaviour. Leaders will always model good behaviour. They will be an example. They will walk as well as talking the talk. They will strengthen and build leadership and in the use of technology. And there will be an evaluation, but it will be supportive and it will be encouraging, rather top-down, doing all kind of accountability. So a very model, perhaps, 4 elements leaders can get past the elephant in the classroom of the technology deployment. Now, here's one example of why leadership is very important in education technology. Very often, we talk about what's necessary. This is what BYOD schemes do. Very often, the choices learners make are not for learning and teaching. The device, the tablet, actually the higher processing power of C is do their work. We need to lead when we're about deployment of devices. Make sure we lead in picking the technology that will what we're doing in this room. And very often we forget this. And good leaders read the research and the evidence that handwriting skills, the ability to engage with content, is a much more potent than simply the technology zones. They will have read research about digital thinking and use of technology. They will choose a device that will support and engagement. When we were studying it, how did we revise? For me, I used the highlight on my notes. I wrote out points and I rewrote scientific formulae because I'm a scientist. And that's how I revised. If I actually ink my notes and write on my notes, I would have had much deeper engagement. And this is something we forget at our in the rush through our classrooms with technology. We think of the basic skills we know work and education is sound and valid. Making the right choices in education technology is a crucial part of lead deployment. Leading your team away from bad choices based perhaps just on price, which will ultimately and damage education in the long run. The end is clear for Dink. Sharon Oviatt produced some research last year, which pretty much we have forgotten how, and it's going to come back to us in all tech evolution. If you're really interested in Oviatt's work, she wrote called Education Space, which you get on Kalahari.com or Amazon.com if you travel outside the country. It's well worth a read. And it talks about how we need to combine digital technology with what we know works, the traditional past, perhaps, of education. Devices can bring lots. One of the things they do is they unleash creativity in our learners. You give them a device straight out to the world, they can do things with these devices they can't otherwise. And we know from data the value of in play in education. Pierre summed it all up. Ultimately things, equal access, equal opportunity, and playing field. If we put device in the hands of technology, it can help to level that the very rich and the very poor, and give those kids a chance to contribute to society. The role of the principal changed toward being a leader of learning and simply an leader. Teaching is important. Strong leadership is how to deploy technology that's awareness, that moves on and important. The role of the principal is crucial. Teachers change. The job is change. We are foolish, don't ignore that. But in this age of technology, the role of the teacher is probably more important now than it's ever been in the recent education. Our teachers need to be able to guide our young through this world they have on the internet. Somebody once looking for information on the internet was like to drink from a fire hydrant. Teachers now need to have the skills and the knowledge to be able to guide our young people through this very uncertain world, this very uncertain world. Their role is probably more than ever. How do we lead that? Okay? Technology is never going to replace teachers successfully, and who integrate into learning and teaching will replace those teachers who don't. This leadership was supportive and encouraging of all teachers acquiring new and changing their practice is so important in the system today, tomorrow, next year, and future. It's not the technology that is in the classroom, but the quality of leadership which takes tech deployment forward. And this is what we fail to address at our peril. Thank you very much. Yes, what question? I can speak after this form, that's just where I work. This is not commercial.
This brings to the end our formal presentations. It's interesting to note that we started off with some colleagues and we've ended with a colleague from Nigel. So they were, I'm sorry, they're part of the law. So there are things at either side. We are going to go into the round table. See that there are color-coded. Please look and see that you're at the table. We want to have discussion in your guide. I think my voice is now coming to the end of its term. So please will you go away to the table where you want to discuss and have some sense. Thank you. because this is connection problem. Conversations.
Yes.
We have come to the end of the month. For you who have been participating in the tweeting event, our final winners. So please go to Telkom stand and Elaine Rises. You're here. Other people here. Well, what? The question is, do you want feedback from each of your person to give a feedback? Don't rush to the front. No. Yes. No. No. Yes. So with from each team, one statement.
Good afternoon, ladies. I'm from Vodacom Business. Around e-learning relevant in the Africa. And just a closing statement, e-learning is not just one element. And if you look at the definition of e-technology, digital technology in the learning phase, and how we see learning evolving in Africa, there's different components. Your network, and access layer in terms of activity into the mobile device to the educational institution. You've got hardware, PCs, Wi-Fi, etc. into the institution. Then very important content and ebooks. None of learning can be without content, which is a very key element. And then probably the most that I can put is training support from a learning point of view. Is if there is no training and understanding of technology, you're going to see in terms of e-learning. And then lastly is security in e-learning. How do you access the information? How do the students access the information? And what information do they have? Is it secure? And then the last of security is the parentals. Do the parents have to the children's access at time and be to respect the access devices, the learnings. Thank you.
Last year from we were discussing meeting the teachings of children with barriers to learning, and I think the key was that you have to use technology when it is appropriate. In particular, with certain children in the foundation phase in particular, technology is not always appropriate because you need to get other skills in place. And so the stand outside or, it's have a blended approach is more important and actually more useful. So technology is great, but we have why using it and what we actually want the technology to do.
Michael Good from the Roundtable looked at technology treasure. We expect angles ranging from training of teachers such as understanding that technical vehicle, it's not the end all and that logical change needs to take place. We find that the big one issue that we have to take away with us is to act, and that is that all educational institutions should have free and limited data. And we don't mean that schools, etc., should just have unlimited data. It's that no ISP should be able to charge any for the data, whether it be the school directly or the government. So, national data institutions is our call for the day. Thank you.
Our roundtable was around using Twitter in the classroom, and lots of interesting ideas floated around. And for us was that it really doesn't matter what platform you use, whether it be at Modo, whether it be a poll everywhere or different, is to have the courage to take your children outside the classroom space, connecting with your children to collaborate with each other outside the traditional classroom experience. If you want ideas or do discussion-led, we have a channel page. It's todaysmeet.com/classroom. Todaysmeet.com/classroom Twitter. On that page, we were recording ideas that came through in the discussion. Keep you any longer, but go and have a look at that side ideas. Thanks very much.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. We were looking at promoting student ability and completion learning. We really talked about accounting students. The biggest one was points, the tasks better. Allow staff to scaffold the tasks. Don't just let the kids go and research peppermints. Start. Go interview 5, get a pin about the peppermint. Just structure the task better. Skills for exaggerism and things like that was our second. We talked about that quite a lot. Essential partnerships with parents, students, teachers, colleagues. And process was more important than the product. In other words, watch the process and evaluate as it goes along at the end of the product. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our table discussed enhancing education through analytics. With technology deployment in schools, education is getting closer to a time when personalization in the class can be commonplace reality. To do this, we'd actually to leverage a lot more data to improve student performance in the class and in the schooling system as a whole. To this, what I'll discuss, what we need access to data within. We need to start modeling this data and need to allow some rhythms to be developed. Information to become more in terms of the various systems that are in use in schools and for teachers to. And then interoperability in terms of systems within schools start to become difficult. And then finally, the teachers within schools, right now, the task by lots of teachers are actually taking away time from learning and teaching.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sally James, and our group addressing diversity in the classroom with the emphasis on using digital forms and coping with diversity that emerged. We could have discussed this issue all afternoon. Really stemmed to the diversity is the norm. I think we need to start away from seeing diversity issue or a problem, but really something celebrating and normal. Actually, I think South African classrooms and South African teachers are actually very good at coping with diversity, actually give ourselves more credit than what we might do. And then my experience in the class internationally, I think we actually doing quite a job. This area is looking at the notion of not only diversity in the sense of learners, but also in the sense of teachers. And this is the important learning perspective, in that teachers need to be given opportunity to work technology and that they are comfortable with. Explore the notion of bringing forward diversity of our staff and really allowing multiple platforms or digital platforms for different functions and different purposes needs. The third thing that we looked at is diversity also about understanding each learner and really getting to know each learner in terms of what their needs are, what their passions are, and what drive and how they learn best, which is very important. And technology really allows a learning experience. It can also be a powerful collaborative learning experience as well. And we had a discussion around how you can allow a very much one-to-one experience between it and the learn and how important it is, particularly for those children who do not feel confident enough to question open within a classroom situation.
Chair, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and we with the yellow group in front here, this topic of huge data security and risk mitigation. And we said that not everybody's able because they don't have the problem yet. 3 remarks. While our group is definitely sorting the idea of digitalization education, we 3 remarks. Integration and misuse of information or data is becoming high risk in the digital environment. So take note. Pakisa is going to support us become more digital, but going to make that risk higher. Secondly, each school or each institution have to make that they so-called POP legislation for their input. POPI is the protection of private information legislation. Make sure that you have a policy. You will find on the internet. There are many examples. I have one of those exposed to your school. Lastly, identify all the role players and guide each of the stakeholders, policy development and implementation. Those include the administrator, the teacher in the classroom, the parents, and the learners themselves. Very much.
Thank you for your contribution. I want to take the opportunity now as the chairperson to make about, I feel quite strongly about, we've heard lots of things during the last days, and the question is how do we integrate all this information into working our technology. So I have a phrase which I call the catchphrase. There's nothing but a way of thinking about this. This is collaboration from lots of studies and lots of ways, and the media is impacting us. Students learn much better when they work together. They learn deeper and they become much more creative. And collaboration is of modern contemporary educational practices. We think about one in the classroom, from games to thinking about how the mind will be working, individual apps. One of the ways to think about it is to turn all the kinds of work we do, examples of this into a thing. Learning has a number of criteria, which are listed there, I go into them, but it means tasks to do, not something that is abstract. And then lastly, talk about the tools and the we think about tools and technology, how do we integrate them? It's quite clear now when tools and technology are not as important, they get used in the class. There are some examples as well as communication, empowering collaboration, as an transformation tool, changing from one form to another. As a professional tool, architects and civil without CAD today, I don't think so. So every person has its tools. You can take all the disparate pieces of information you've had during the last and perhaps integrate into a cohesive whole. So you go into the classroom, it's not what's going on and how do I do this, how do that. Some coherent way of thinking it. With that, I would like to thank you all for your participation over the last days. It has been interesting. I've learned all kinds of interesting things. I wish you well for the day and the technology in your class. Thank you very much.